August 4th, 1964, we discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight, a slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power, an ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top-secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
Good morning, camper. Good morning, Zach Taft. Good morning, thy end of life. Line, not life. Oh no! I said line! I said line! I'm sorry! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Oh god. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I have to defend myself against thy end of line. Oh, you're angry, thy. Please stop trying to kill me. Thank you very much for the sub, as always. And Zach Taft, I don't blame you if you want to go watch Halo Infinite. I get you. I get you. Give me a moment. Topping this down for Dealer's Choice. Thank you, as always. Good morning, Robostall. Welcome to your, I almost said spring. Your winter break. Let's see. Let me get over here. Oh, through this door right here. Well, I guess. Missed it here. Well, we're going to start off the day right by getting the most horrifying thing out of the way first. I even looked up a guide. It's not a great guide, but it's a guide on where everything is. So I'm just kind of roaming, looking for where everything is. We apparently missed it in here somewhere. So let's just kind of wall to wall this, shall we? Nothing. Nothing's horrifying about it all, Robostall. Don't you worry. Alice Wake, Mr. Wake's wife, was found during Bureau investigation. She was interviewed and evaluated. She showed signs of severe mental trauma in the form of memory loss. She was later directed to treatment. It was concluded she had been trapped in the threshold during manifestation. Notable individuals still missing after the Bright Falls event are the FBI Special Agent Robert Nightingale, Dr. Emil Hart, referred to as the Creator's Dilemma, and the file re Cauldron Lake Lodge. Bureau researchers believe this event was the result of a forceful perception of subjective reality stemming from Mr. Wake overlapping on our own. Wake has been flagged as a potential para-utilitarian. See Prime Candidate Program File for example, for details. In 2011, a book by Clay Stewart titled The Alan Wake Files was published by Roundabout Press, New York and Olympia. Agents interviewed Clay Stewart and suspected minor para-utilitarian sensitivity. He was placed under indefinite surveillance. Notes: a monitoring station was established at Cauldron Lake to alert the Bureau of any future activity. Nothing up there. If you can find anything over here. That wasn't the horrifying thing. We're looking for something specific. Okay. Check the in-betweens, but I'm pretty sure that's a sweep of the upper area. Well, the pluses should speak for themselves, but if you want a more vague terminology, the gameplay is okay. Like, it does several things right, but it also does several things not right. Note that I don't say wrong. It actually doesn't have that many gameplay minuses, not really. And most of them are things that could be relatively easy to fix. Most of the gameplay is simply there, an absence of a positive scenario. Put another way, the game should have a whole lot of positives that it doesn't have to gameplay, if it was designed a little bit differently. And that's valid, Robostel. I will admit I'm completely sick of the combat at this point, but that's not because the combat is bad, it's just because Dragon Age 2 syndrome. This is the most worthless guide ever. Here's this. It's in this giant area with lots of corners and very dark areas. Just find it in there. I already checked over here, right? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Up. Okay, can't break through that. Can do this. Oh, this is where we came in. Yeah, okay. Aha! Found it! An unconfirmed threshold manifestation at Cauldron Lake, Washington, resulted in a fictional story written by the author Alan Wake, creating an AWE in which reality was altered to match that of the story, though only locally and for a limited time. Mr. Kirkland, head of investigations, was alerted September 13th, 2010, by ex-Bureau agent Frank Breaker, that an AWE event was taking place in Bright Falls, Washington, referred to the events investigated in 1970, 1976, and 1978. Breaker had received a call from Barry Wheeler, Alan Wake's literary agent, on behalf of Breaker's daughter, Sarah, who is the current sheriff of Bright Falls. A Bureau field team arrived on site 2 days later, only to confirm the event was over. Interviews were conducted, referred to the 1970, Thomas Zane, 1978, Odin Anderson, Tor Anderson. Alan Wake was believed to instigator. Eyewitness reports highlight an old light switch, possibly an object of power, that missing. Wake was not found at the scene. Reports claim he dived into the lake, but no body was recovered in the search. Which brings me to the most horrifying thing in the game.
Stepping to the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to read, but don't dash and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
I can see you're upset, Meg. Why don't you tell Uncle Mr. Bones what's wrong?
I did bad on my clairvoyance test.
You can't ace every test, Meg. You see, everyone has different brains. Some brains can talk to each other. We call this ESP.
ESP?
Some brains can lift objects like a baseball. Talk about a fly ball, eh, Meg? No interruptions! So who cares if you fail your clairvoyance test? Maybe your brain can throw baseballs, or talk to dead people, or make friends blind. Once we know what your brains can do, we'll know what job to give you. And if your brains are just right, you'll get to sit in the big chair.
What if I don't want the big chair?
What if I don't want the big chair? Everyone wants the big chair, Meg! That's why we're all here. Use those brains to listen for once, or the only chair you'll get in is the one with straps.
I wouldn't worry too much about it. That's just typical Eastern European kids television. You know what? That's actually faster than fighting that fight, so I'm okay with that. And that kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier. When you'd rather die to a fight than fight it, you've probably done something wrong. We have not spoken to Emily since we beat the game, no. Hi, Larian. Hi, Hazardous. And hey, they're gone, because of that global timer thing I mentioned earlier. Alright, somewhere in here is another one. See if we can find it. Here's me. Anything? Nope. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Well, let's read this at least. As a test, television sets were placed in a variety of locations around the world inside rooms identically decorated, The hypothesis was that by identically altering the decor of every room and then changing the channel in every room but one, the differing television would spontaneously align with the incoming frequency to match its synchronized counterparts. The experiment seemed like a failure until it was observed that agents responsible for rearranging and monitoring these rooms were all experiencing the same emotional turmoil as one clinically depressed member of the team, himself being located in the eastern part of... Psychological examination of the agents proved the correlation. Interestingly, the phenomenon of synchronicity did occur, but not in the way we predicted. Well, no, the reason I call it Dragon Age 2 syndrome is Dragon Age 2 is a very specific slice of bad. It's not like the combat isn't fun in Dragon Age 2. That's not the problem. The problem is there is entirely too much of it. And the combat is simply too simple. Fun, but simple to really be enjoyable in such large doses. Right? If there was a quarter or a third of the combat in this game, it would be substantially better, and I probably wouldn't even be giving that negative. Is that it? Let's try it here. Yeah, we'll see if we have this problem when we get to Max Payne 2. Probably Tuesday, honestly, at this point. Is it in the mirror? Dang it, hang on. Or did I already get it? Hang on. Does this one already have? Nope, I don't have this one. Alright. See if I can find, like, a picture or something. Give me something to go off of. Ah, okay. Yep, it is in the mirror. Got it. Okay. Excuse me, I need to enter the mirror universe. Grow goatee. What's funny is we've encountered a few manually crafted encounters in this game. That's a badly structured sentence, but whatever. And most of them have been pretty legit. Instead of, here's some enemies. Okay.
Step into the earth machine as rush to do this, rush to me, but don't touch and don't scream much. Let's join the threshold kids. Let's join the threshold kids.
Since little Topher is taking a trip with his father into the world outside our wonderful bureau, I think it's a good time to talk about secrets. Who can tell me what a secret is?
It's something you hide from everyone so they don't get scared.
Partially correct, Topher. A secret is something you don't tell anyone outside the Bureau, because people outside the Bureau
Aren't ready for the truth of reality.
Very good. When you tell someone a secret, you're hurting their brains very badly. Now, let's review what exactly is or isn't a secret. First, we have a rainbow. Secret or not secret?
Not secret.
Correct. And the true version of rainbows?
Secret.
Correct. Cats?
Not secret.
Correct. And the Alpine Chimera?
Secret.
Topher. Too many slip-ups and your father will have to go on vacation without you. You don't want to end up like Meg, do you?
What? What happened to Meg?
I'm not allowed to go outside anymore.
Correct.
You know, while I was researching where these things are, back here, this is the control threshold kids. Let's just pull a few tidbits out here. Let's see. Why are these super creepy? Why is this the scariest part of the game? Does anyone else find these things to be terrifying? This is a horror masterpiece. Threshold kids must be destroyed. I'm not sure if I can give a positive to Threshold Kids, though, because it's just... yikes. Don't worry, there's only one left. And this is... maintenance. Not 100% sure how we missed this one, but, you know, whatever. Where... I'll go there. All cassettes must be destroyed as soon as possible. Ah! Yeah, fake cheeriness is a good word. Or misplaced cheeriness, which is also a good way to place that. Don't care about your combat encounter. That's true, Darth Tyron. I do stand by that one. It's over there. Do I need to go down? I hate 3D maps sometimes. Let's try starting from ventilation. At least know where I'm going. Sorry, remember where the warp point is. Please don't aggravate me through the door until I'm done warping, please. Thank you. Yeah, Listen, Robostall. Ah! Okay, anyways, all that said, let's move on. This looks like the right way. That's a good question, Loke, but I don't think the Threshold kids would deserve a plus for world building, so much as the game might deserve a plus for world building. So I need the actual janitor's office. We need to go here anyways, because we haven't done his quests yet. But... is this it? Yeah, I don't know why the kids went... ah, there it is. Last one.
Step into the FBC, there's lots to do, there's lots to read, but don't touch, and don't scream much. Let's join the Threshold Kids. Let's join the Threshold Kids.
I'm drawing the pyramid.
The what?
The pyramid.
What's a pyramid?
The Black Pyramid. It's in the astral plane.
Airplane?
Astral plane. It's big, white, and empty. Or is it? It's a weird, crazy alien dimension. The white goes on forever. You can get lost in all that white and never find your way back home.
I miss my home.
And that has been the Threshold Kids. Oh my god, where the hell am I? That way? This is home to
He's
me.
still gone.
There we go.
I get the feeling he had more of an agenda than he let on.
No! Ahti is fine.
Did he already get what he was here for?
He said he was going on vacation, Jesse. Do you not listen to him? Alright, whatever. I'm pretty sure I have Act, yes. I was missing one. Grab all of these. See if these quests are worth a damn. Talk to the plants in Central Research. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, apparently the clog's back.
Talk to the plants. Small talk was never really my strong suit. At least they can't talk back. I hope your day has been productive, little plant. That really works, huh?
I'm gonna be real. Thankfully, they finally stopped idling outside my window. The other dude's idle right there. I would not have known that was there at all if not for the little dot. So, that's great. Let's just look these up, shall we? No, wrong thing. Okay, that's not helpful. Why do I always find the crap guides? Like, where the hell? Like, here's a screenshot, but what it's a screenshot of is this. So, imagine trying to deduce what you're looking at from a screenshot of this. It's like, so it looks like it's down here? It's also a small screenshot. Oops. There it is. There it is. Hold up, hold up. No. No.
I hope those nasty hiss haven't been bothering you too much.
Let's see. Alright, next. Next one is here. That might be the one we just got. No, it doesn't look like the one we just got. In fact, I've already gone too far. There it is.
I wish my leaves were as pretty as yours.
Okay, let me scroll down a bit. I think that's the one I got. You're whispering. No whispering. I should just walk around like this. So it looks like that's over here. There's the shelter. Yep, there it is.
Do you have a family? I have a brother. I miss him a lot.
I mean, had is probably a better way to phrase that, but let's not get nitpicky. So then that one is way up there. Way up there. Good morning, Von Falkenstein. I said no whispering. Nobody listens to me yet. Listen, all I'm saying is she needs to give up all hope and give in to the despair of the hiss. Go work her damn office job. Where's my friggin' coffee? Oh, for God's sakes. I can work with that. God's sakes. What? Go away. Christ, there's still someone left alive. Die! Anyways.
They say I'm the director, but what does that mean? I have no experience in leadership roles. I have no on-the-job training.
Well, I mean, now we do, but obviously we were supposed to do this quest a little bit before now. Yeah, I figured the X-Men code kind of fits, you know, this. Just sort of, you know, works, right? Although I do kind of like the other look. I might try that out for a bit. Alright, where's the last one? That looks down? Where to go? Yeah, I don't care for the hairdo, admittedly.
Your chlorophyll really brings out the green in your leaves. That's all of them. But I kind of wish there were more. They're good listeners.
Plants do listen quite well, yes. Now, if they start talking back, we have a bit of an issue. Yes, I have a gun. I have the service weapon. Currently shoots rockets. Any questions? That's... well, no, that'll work. It's the ashtray maze. I do like how even now the ashtray maze is just redacted on the map. That's okay. We're not doing the ashtray maze. We're doing this. Let's try it out for a bit. Just for a bit. Talk to Emily while we're here. Fix my monitor. Really don't like when you do this monitor. There we go. Well, we've already done the ashtray maze, and I gave it 2 positives, and that's all I'm going to say about it right now. You see, this hairdo is just awful. Oh my gosh.
A couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the art.
His corruption manifests in vastly different ways. Some hosts remain largely unchanged, while others are barely recognizable as human. What determines this level of alteration? Is it the duration of corruption? It could be a simple evolutionary process, each entity representing a stage of growth in an undiscovered linear progression towards... Additionally, his entities possess various paranatural abilities. How have they achieved this? Do they gain them from corrupting objects of power? Have they corrupted a single, high-talented para-utilitarian and divided their access to paranatural abilities across the network of his corrupted hosts? As a scientist, I am hindered by the sheer number of questions. It's difficult to identify which one to begin with. What's the most pertinent question? How do we kill it? Seems like a good start. No, she's still quite alive.
Not with the altered items loose.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission. Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next?
With the slide projector turned off, the hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any hiss ever got out, That would be the end of everything.
Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but
Especially
my
since they're
research is
spawning
progressing
infinitely.
slower than I'd like.
I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the hiss out for good.
That's... Really? I mean, yes, I can certainly... Yes! Yes, I accept.
You'll do great. Besides, I didn't really have anyone else lined up.
I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you.
Yeah, Darling's not human anymore, so... Depending on how you debate that.
If the slide requires a slide to conventional doorways, then which is the object of power?
We'll come back to talk to her more later. Let's finish wrapping up a few things here. Let's see. Oh, I should probably select that first. Let's get the clog out of the way. She's fine, Dakota. We can always get a new research head. If you don't mind my asking, which other games here am I? Is that down? That looks like that's down.
Mold's gotten in here too? All right. Let's get cleaning, she said, cocking her gun.
No!
Hello again, Mr. Clog. You've really let yourself go.
You are not welcome here, Mr. Clog.
Goodbye, Mr. Clog. I sincerely hope we never meet again.
Wow! One rocket launcher hit all four. Water cooler. The object's true shape and appearance are unknown. It has been known to take the form of the following objects: ring of keys, lunchbox, wrench, microscope, stapler, glasses, mail tube, and spoon. The item is capable to adopt. The item is able adopt the physical form of items in its immediate vicinity. The item is capable of limited physical movement, repositioning itself whenever it changes forms. This only occurs when it is unobserved physically and digitally. Because of this, the transition between shapes has never been observed. Reciting formula I-14 or I-32 causes the item to reveal itself by shuddering. The item was initially discovered within the Bureau itself, whether an agent brought it inside, intentionally or otherwise, or resided here prior to the Bureau's arrival to the oldest house is unknown. Yeah, that's a fun one right there. At least they have a way to make it reveal itself. Phaser sweeps. Freaking changelings. There. 2. Really? There's 3 actually. Let's do this one first. Or not. Yep, spy check. Let's do this one first. Me. Well, the power's back on. Then it make it turn. Yes. If that does anything. Anyways, whatever. That's unrelated to what we're doing here. Let's go pull up the next task. Alright. now we need to clear out the mold. Actually, I think this mold right here is one of our quests as well, so let's just go ahead and do that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we were supposed to kind of juggle back and forth a bit, and instead we kind of one-shot him. Real quick, do we have any better damage ones? What do we got? And again, I say, At the point where I'm going to start getting rid of 4s. Do these ones. I don't know. There we go. So, cleaning up the mold. What does that entail exactly? There's certainly some mold around here, but like... some Hiss enemies, because you gotta have Hiss enemies. Could this even be a control game without Hiss enemies? I wonder if pyrokinesis is even in this setting. Like, you'd think so, but there's no evidence of it for or against. No, Robostall. In fact, that is a negative we have given the game. It's the single save slot problem. There's a lot of mold around here, but I can't seem to interact with any of it. This is just, yeah, okay. Okay. That's cute. A little too close. Still faster than fighting the fight.
Mold's gotten in here too?
Switch here. Charge is neat and all, but Pierce is the way to go. I think we all know this. What? Let me guess. Threshold kit. Yep. Okay. Go away.
All right. Let's get cleaning, she said, cocking her gun.
I mean, I've already given a negative for side quests in general, because honestly, most of them are just kind of not interesting on any axis. You know. This is not exactly helping matters. I'm mainly doing this because due diligence, make sure I try out as many things as I can before I make a judgment. I mean, could you imagine if I just did one side quest and then never did another one again? That's definitely never happened before. Didn't think so, but wasn't quite sure. Those are. Freaking mind. Well, the fact that I've already missed some is not exactly a good sign. I know, I'm blind, blah, blah, blah. But, like, really? It's definitely all upper. I've checked down a few times. There's no anything down there. Yeah, no, so, in case it hasn't been obvious, that does a crap ton of damage, and breaks shields almost immediately. But that's not what makes it amazing. When you have 3 objects, you can actually multi-target. You've probably seen this a few times. So, this is one of our only effective, quick AoEs in the entire game. It's, you know, it's Magic Missile, except, you know, the other one that I can't think of the name of that hits way harder than Magic Missile. So it either does a ridiculous amount of damage to one thing, or it locks into up to 3 things and destroys all of them. Yeah, the shield build was nice, because the shield build effectively means you could just, you know, not take damage and get up in melee range where all the health drops are. So it's viable. It is a viable build, but I think this build is just better. You know? That's a Tensor's Missile Storm or something like that. Probably not. Nope, okay. Yeah, I think I'm missing 1. So let's get a different perspective. Whisper, 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 whisper. Gotta boost that resonance. Is it not Tensors? Okay, now I'm bothered by this. Hang on, hang on. D&D Missile Storm. What's it called? What's it called? Isaac's Greater Missile Storm. That's it. Number of energy missiles, 1 per caster level, maximum of 20. Appear and target any hostile creature in the area of effect. If there are more creatures than missiles, only the closest will be damaged. Each missile does 2d6 magical damage. Unavoidable, no save. Yeah, and yeah, there's always the lesser version, obviously. But why would you cast a lesser version of a spell? Every encounter should be met with Meteor Swarm. Alright, let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Let's start at one end to the other. Unless it's in here. Nope. Okay. No, I don't think that's it. But I'll be sure. Okay, if anybody sees it, feel free to call it out. I'm just gonna kind of slowly walk this way. Try to move the camera a minimal amount here. If it's in this dark area, that's stupid, but let's hope it isn't. Okay, I don't even have a light spell, so that's whatever. There's one way Alan Wake is more powerful than... I think that's it right there. I am wrong. There's one way Alan Wake is more powerful than us. He has a flashlight. We may be able to hover, defend ourselves with psychic projections, fling things at the speed of sound, and you know, crush things with our mind, but he has a flashlight. That's the loop. To Google. Actually, I already have a guide up, which has terrible screenshots. Okay, so there's the one in the Nook. I'm almost positive I already got that. Let's double check. Well, that was like up here somewhere. Like up there, I want to say. Let's check the other side. no nooks. Okay. Next. Come on, let me alt tab. There you go. There's one hanging. Pretty sure I got that one too. That's it. I don't think that's it. And that's because it isn't. Yeah, no, it's like right here. Okay. And there's one. Hang on. So we go through this sequentially. From right there, which we have obviously gotten. Double checking. Yep. Okay. There's the chest, which we got thanks to Nero's. Wait. One right there, which we got. Scroll down. Then there's a respawn. Yeah, I was waiting for that one since they're on a timer. Listen, I really don't have time for y'all. Right there? We got that one, though. Do you have another wave? Yeah, we got this one, didn't we? We did it. I didn't even see the space where it was. Okay, that's concerning. Up here? No? All right. Yeah, it was right here. We have obviously gotten that one. Double checking. Yep, nope, that's the spot. That's all the pictures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are we missing? Okay, hang on. This. What? Alright, Oh, no, there's only 5. There's only 5. Okay. Okay. I have found another picture guide which lists 6 molds. So I think we got that one. That's because we did. It's right here. think that's the one from the far. Okay, so hang on. So do this sequentially. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Over here. I'm gonna laugh when it's something that's really obvious. Okay, so there's that. Nothing around here looks like that, but that's cool. Maybe this? No, it is. It's this. It's right there. It's right there. Okay, so we got that one. Definitively. There it is. Wow. Okay. I don't feel bad about missing that one, honestly. Moving on. Actually, I do want to go this way. Oh, goody. I was just thinking to myself, surely the next one won't be as bad. Why do I have no warp points over there? Whatever, we'll go with that one. Yes. Ain't that the truth? Always get worse. Where am I mean, yeah, no, these are definitely X of Ys. Valuable, but that actually kind of makes it worse, because these are how you get ability points. In fact, these are one of the only sources of ability points, since leveling doesn't get you ability points. That... This is so, as has already been pointed out, we're probably not going to be able to finish leveling out, which is fine. Yeah, it's build gameplay in a nutshell, but still. I feel like the ability point system could use a little bit of an overhaul as well. Nope. Damn it. If only I had the abilities my Warlock has. Actually, I still haven't decided if I'm picking the... One of the incantations you can take on the Warlock is the ability to just see through objects. Just in general. Of course. Listen, I really do not care. So... You go ahead and hiss it up, alright? I also have to remember, I also have to state that one thing that might make me care about these things, killing out the hiss things, is if they didn't respawn ever. I know what you're thinking. Well, yeah, you've been saying that several times. I'll read that in a second. But no, what I mean by that is, imagine if there was the ability to clear the area. If that actually sounds really boring. Button. But it would at least make there be some purpose in bothering with each encounter, because what you're doing is sweeping the area, so now you don't have to deal with it anymore, right? Well, I haven't decided on the specific Celestial yet, Justin, but it is a Celestial patron. As is, it is quite literally a waste of time to actually do these. The main reason I'm doing it is so I can explore in peace. Where the hell am I? How do I get to the medical wing? Yeah, like if there was a manual trigger of, you know, the hits are getting worse, trigger respawns, and yeah, sure, there's a logic to that. It's been 3 minutes is not a great respawn. Yeah, funny thing, Justin, because I'm an ASMR, I don't actually remember how to pronounce that, as well as the fact that I am a Celestial Bound, I have 2 separate recharges per day healing abilities completely distinct from any spell casting I do. What's the boss, Roxy? And if you tell me, I'll kill you horribly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke about that. I apologize. Protector, specifically. Asimir Protector. Warlock. Well, that's why I ask, because I might have done it already, Roxy.
Mark Gibson, male, age 28, returned from the astral plane approximately 13 minutes ago. This was his 21st dive. Patient is experiencing migraine-like pain, intense pressure behind the eyes, and partial blindness. He has no recollection of his time in the astral plane and appears severely disoriented. Preliminary examination revealed no immediate cause, so we will be sending the patient for X-rays and... What the fuck is that thing? God, it burst right out of him. Call Black! Get Marshall!
So that's our astral spiky thingy that they mentioned earlier. We've actually already trapped that thing. But apparently it just popped right out of his head. That's neat.
Mold's gotten in here too? All right. Let's get cleaning, she said, cocking her gun.
I feel like that's the exact same line of dialogue from earlier. Huh. Anyway. Nah, we know where the hiss came in. We know exactly where the hiss came in. Oh yeah, no, I heard it too, look. That was lovely. But anyways, yeah, I have not fought the Anchor, as stated in chat. So, let me finish up this. I think this is actually one of our last side quests at the moment. Nope, we got to do the rest of the Langston stuff. So let's do this, let's do Langston stuff, and then we'll go after the Anchor. We have full access now, so we'll be able to find everything. This seems like a safe way to dispose of fungus. Don't care. God, these frickin' bureau alerts. Go away. Get off my screen. Thank you. Okay, this way. Other than a history spawn, obviously. I mean, that's what I do, Plutonia. In Doom, anyways. Like, do that, so it's not flickering. Stop flickering! Okay. That. Okay. Not gonna question this. I didn't even get a hidden area pop up for that. It's just, nope. A chunk of the wall that wasn't there. Or isn't there, whatever. One more. Well, that and modern technology literally explodes when you bring it into the Bureau. Excuse me, into the oldest house. Yeah, I'm suit turbo not doing that. The Wolfenstein 3D thing. I mean, it's an easy thing to forget unless it happens to you. You'd probably remember it happened to you. And your phone just goes. And your first thought isn't going to be the pain or the damage. It's going to be, that was $600. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Have I made my point with these jackasses yet? Anyways. Yeah, there's no glass in here. It is, it's friggin' whack-a-mole. So this is the only thing that seems like an office with glass separating, but I don't see anything in here. There was one in here, but we already got that. It was like the first one we got. Just double checking. Oh, is it back here? I was actually thinking about that. Ah, yep. That's cute, game. Cute. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have found that one without looking that up. Alright. We get anything useful out of all that? No. You know what? I'm officially going to be picky. We're going to start getting rid of yellows. Reds only. You know what's funny to talk about game design for a second? Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen a level 6 yet. I'm guessing that's DLC territory, because we're finished with the main game. Other than side quests. What the hell am I? So, for example, as much as this kind of thing tends to irritate me if it's done badly, one of the things you could have her do is, like, I wonder if there's anything hidden in that room I can't reach, or, you know, something like that, right? Just have her kind of wonder out loud. I wonder. Alright, now let's start boosting Levitate. Levitate is awesome. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's really easy for that kind of mechanic to become irritating. A better solution would be to not be a dick about where you hide your stuff. I'm just thinking of Band-Aid solutions at this point, you know? Right. Let's do that. This. All upgrades are not. Yep. So let's upgrade the sniper rifle. Because duh. And let's upgrade the sniper rifle. Because duh. After dying. Let's get reload speed, and there's another one that caught my eye. Oh, okay. Damage while aiming. No. Damage while aiming, yes. Maybe. Actually, yeah, let's do rate of fire on the sniper rifle. Yeah. And then let's get picky. Yeah. Okay, so I never actually found the way into this area. There's apparently a warp point I need. So let's see if we can figure out where this is. Control? That's awful. Can I fix that? That's actually not a bad idea. Let's do that. Alright, so there. Put that there. Yeah, we'll put that there. There we go. Okay, so it's aimed. That's good to know. And it takes energy. Also good to know. We got a superhero land each time, too. Whoops. We gotta run into things. Very important part of the procedure. Gun equipped. Button. You have to do the superhero landing. The morale boost, if nothing else. Morale is very important on the battlefield. Just ask any Total War player. Okay. This is such a lovely map. Feels like it wants me to go up, but I've actually looked up there. There's no way up there that I'm aware of. Maybe over there, maybe. On the south end, the opposite end we are currently on. And yep, that's a fence. Good morning, Korgoth. Now it's time to end Korgoth once and for all, and ensure that he cannot. Hey, okay, cool. Death fungus. Good to know. Really? Really? Yeah, honestly, my opinion of the map has been going down the more I've been trying to find things in it. Which is not a good thing. So, alright, let's go to logistics. Figure out where that is. Oh, just way over there. Jesus, okay. It's actually faster to just warp at that point. I wonder if it was a locked door that I needed a key card for. Find out in a moment. Isn't Factorio on the list? To the website. It is not. Wow. Yeah, sure, we'll put that towards Factorio. I'm confused by that. It's probably just because it's on my list. Either way, thank you, Kira White Noise, as always. I'll put that towards Factorio. I own Factorio, too. That's really weird. Whatever. I guess nobody's wanted me to put it on there, which is fine. Yeah, there's no further up. What about in here? Oh, okay. Nope. Okay. Like, it looks like it connects through this doorway that I can't go through. Did we check this shelter? Let's check this shelter. Let's see if there's anything here. We have gotten this shelter before. West of Logistics. Okay. I mean, that fits. That's contrary to all logic and reason. So let's go to West Logistics to go east. Staying on brand.
If anyone's there, I could really use a hand.
Someone needs help over there.
Where? I heard him. There he is.
Sounds like there's a man down. I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks.
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
Sure thing, but I'm gonna loot first real quick. Okay. Or not. There we go. I don't know the significance of the numbers. We had 710. This one's it's like 1012 or so, 1013, something like that. Yeah, I noticed immediately the clock puzzle works on close enough, which is good because that would actually be a total pain otherwise. Trying to do precise movements with imprecise controls is always fun.
This Wells guy can't be far.
Wells. Lassie. Why are you tearing up the floor, Lassie?
Those must be the clocks he was talking about.
My clocks. We'll in a second, Wells. Let me loot really quick. Making sure. It's level 9. Okay.
Shit.
Hang on. I'll help carry him. Sorry.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood.
I mean, in all seriousness, with the strength of our telekinesis, we could probably actually lift him or all of these bodies out of here. Just saying. We can get him out of here, proper burial, you know. Honor the dead. Yeah, okay, whatever. No honoring the dead! What am I holding? Oh, you have clearance level 9. Sure. Thanks, Ramirez. God dang it.
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
That's not how you smile. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Stop trying to smile. Immediately. Also, stop noticing the camera. Just do your job. Ignore the camera. Ignore the gun pointed at your head. Oh no, assuredly. I've worked with way too many people in film to not know that that is exactly what happens. You say, just, I need you to do this, and they just have absolutely no idea how to do it. So they don't. Instead, they do exactly what that is. Come on. There we go. It's one of the reasons why the phrase act natural is actually completely useless. Related, I should say. Oh, that's a hell. I'm surprised by that at this point. But whatever.
Locked. Think you can find a way around?
I mean,
Let me see.
apparently my entire job in this place is finding ways through office buildings. This really is Wolfenstein 3D.
So, you came down here
Or
for an
Half-Life.
altered item?
The anchor, yeah. Langston said it'd be a simple item retrieval. But the power that thing had, I've never seen anything like it.
Agents arrived in the town of Jasper Crossing, Arizona, after the communications department intercepted multiple phone calls to local authorities regarding frozen people in the streets. 4 of the 5 dispatched agents became paralyzed upon arriving at the scene. Additional assessment teams were dispatched. Variations of identification formulas were tried with ineffectual results. Agents resorted to using aerial photography to study the positioning of paralyzed individuals. Soon after, agents discovered the event's epicenter was the local post office. Unaffected agents cleared the area of all paralyzed civilians, animals, and Bureau personnel before beginning to study the item. Agents deemed susceptible to the item were tasked with interviewing and reinforming the public away from the site. The item was soon placed on a transport vehicle manned by unaffected agents. Air travel had been deemed too dangerous given the item's effect. Numerous reports of temporary paralysis reported by civilians along the truck's route from Arizona to New York City. Thank you, Sonashi, very much. Always appreciate. And I'll jot that down for Inquisition. You got it. Let's do it. Right after we hit the spot. Boop. You know, we have telekinesis. Couldn't we, like, reach out, grab something, and, like, hit a button, you know? Anyways.
That's O'Neill. Shit.
Sorry, dude.
No,
I mean, you're gonna die too, buddy, if that makes you feel any better. Got all the death flags.
That's an altered item up there. Looks like I need to hit that shield harder.
Got it. That was actually what we were here to do, by the way. You notice where we are? So I guess that's how we get here. I was joking earlier, but the way to get into the eastern part of the office was to go to the far western part of the office and take a freaking teleportal. Anyways, if you remember, we gave up on this side quest earlier because I couldn't figure out how to reach here. And I was like, you know what, this is a waste of time. Let's go ahead and just do other quests. Yeah. Anyways, off topic. What floor do you think this floor is of this office building? Because it's at least floor 2. What I mean by that is this floor.
Cornered us. We sealed the door on the way out. We couldn't let it get out into the bureau.
I'll need to come deal with that altered item later. If I open the safe room now, Wells could get hurt.
Well, okay. Well, figure out your way up here, Wells. Apparently. He figured it out, so whatever.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
He's doing his job.
I'm the man. It's my job.
Okay, Mr. Dead Dog, what do you think of this? You know that airplane we brought in? Like, the actual, proper airplane? Guess who they made catalog every individual piece of the plane to be examined for suspected alter status. I had to count every bolt, nut, and piece of non-connected metal, and that's just on the exterior of the damn thing. Do you know how many pieces of hardware it takes to make a plane? I do! Guess we can get back in here now.
Just keep going straight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there is a downside to someone like Wells as a medic. And yeah. That's why the medic gets the extra armor. I was working on a StarCraft UMS once, which had the vague idea of making it so that medics were extremely heavily armored, so they took very little damage. Slow speed as a consequence. And they were substantially pricier.
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
Well, there's that door that I was staring at for a while that clearly looked like it led into there. It's fine. We're a glass cannon. That's kind of our shtick. More or less literally. As Dakota accurately pointed out earlier, the whole game has been rocket tag ever since we got this. He's still alive. Okay. For just a second, I think... Are you coming? God damn it. Wells! Sorry, I've met 5,000 Hiss that respawn behind you. Well, ignore them and come here. Wells.
Let's go.
Sure thing.
Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Shit.
Well, he was alive 3 seconds ago when I checked, and now he's his.
Oh, God, no. His motherfuckers took him!
Oh, he's got some health.
I should talk to Wells. Make sure he's okay.
Yeah, let me talk to Wells.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it. Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
I would say, how do you know I'm the director? But A, everyone seems to know, and B, this is our current attire. But, you know, whatever. Hi, Aggressor. Yeah, we also have this thing. So, the anchor. Let's go deal with that, shall we? Here, I think? Ish. Gotta go to the bathroom. Throw up. Ugh. Okay, there we go. And on we go. Ah, there it is. Didn't realize that was a pathway at first. I mean, it probably worked, but... You are now the director. Or rather, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. You are the director. Who was the previous director? Well, they were the previous director. Well, no, but who... Never mind. Bridge supplement. Can you tell us why you left your building that day? I was running out to get eggs. I was on the corner store on 30th. That's why I left Michael there on his own. No, I wouldn't be gone long. He was drawing at the table when I left, had his crayons out, happy. Building came down when I was a block away. I ran back, started digging. City workers found Mikey later besides the fridge. The drawings hadn't come off. Tons of brick fallen and those drawings are still there. How does that happen? You kept the fridge after the accident. Why? Still had his drawings. God must have kept them safe for a reason, right? I'd get home from work and stare at them all night. Wasn't a bad way back then. Why did you sell the fridge with your son's drawings on it? They'd gotten stuck to it or something. I thought about cutting them off those magnets, but maybe it was better I didn't hold on to them, you know? I gotta move on, everyone says. That's what my fridge gotta do. What's my fridge gotta do with the building collapse, anyhow? We done? The music says no. But your eyes say clocks. Hey, I got dismissal. It's not the first time I've ever actually done that. Not something I want to see up close. That corpse that I'm currently using as ammo. being an issue. So,
This is the safe room Will showed me.
anchor.
The one with the altered item inside.
What do you want to bet it's filled with clocks? Or not? That's strange. Threshold with effect manifested in containment sector in the middle of the department. Simultaneously, numerous appeared in the area, killing and injuring many. After rescue operations were completed and Rangers were sent in to discover the Threshold epicenter. The sheer amount of made the expedition impossible. The area was sealed off after removing the clocks proved an impossible task. The department was relocated and the area abandoned. Researchers theorized the Threshold introduced unstable matter to our dimension, which adopted the form of as when introduced to the more stable
Great. More clocks.
Man, if you didn't know what time it is, this thing's got your back. Yeah, this is a lovely safe room here. Lovely safe room, really. Yeah, honestly, ditto, Dakota. I keep worrying that someone will get tired of me doing the crow talk, but it's a really effective way to verbally say redacted. Probably why they did that for a hat in time. Ooh, hello. That's a 5, isn't it? Actually, I have a few 5s. What do we got right now? Yeah, sure. We'll seize faster. We like to seize. Seize and desist, as they say. So there's the anchor. I'm not even sure that's doable, because it just auto-started levitating me there. I sense a boss fight in search of answers.
What the fuck is that?
It's some kind of astral projection, obviously. Calling itself the anchor.
It's making more clocks?
It's defense against the hist, apparently. You're on, Robostal. Enjoy your vacation. Or else. I was actually just wondering how you manage these jumps without levitate. Whoop, I'm dead. Yep, nope, that's death. Whee! Take two.
The fuck is that? It's making more clocks?
Yeah, looks like it doesn't have to be the red clocks. I was wondering. Let's see if it is actually following a pattern. If it is, it'll be over here next time. Oh, faster now.
There. No wonder the Rangers had such a hard time with that one.
Yeah. At least we're not producing clocks anymore. Let's keep buffing this sucker. Oh, it just increases damage. Yeah, no kidding, Darth Vader. There's a reason the Darth Vader archetype exists. It's because every now and again, you need it. Let's buff this. Utility. Alright, let's go to here. And by that I mean here. That's a good question, Taquita. The game hasn't really answered that question. Like, early on, we were removing hiss from stuff, which is nice and all, but as soon as we got to this area right here, it was like, ah, we can go ahead and calm down altered items. It's like, okay, but what does that mean?
Well, the trench is gone. Rest his soul. I really need to dig out my old proposal on better containment practices. More ritual work.
I found all those missing altered items.
All of them? Wow, you have a gift, ma'am. But those weren't all of the altered items missing from the panopticon. The hiss must be making them restless. We've had several more containment breaches.
How many of these things did he lose? How many?
Just a couple. Should be no problem for you. I really appreciate your help. Really. Just super.
Can I get a situation report for the sector?
Whew, okay, we still have to perform a proper inventory of the cells. Lord knows how many altered items snuck out during all this. Staffing. We definitely lost some people. Gonna have to hit those college career fairs, am I right? Huh.
Hard to imagine the FBC at job fairs.
The Hiss are still tearing up the place faster than we can fix it, but the containment sector is stable. Ish.
Considering the alternative, I'm happy with stable-ish.
Actually, if I was in charge of a situation like this, I would probably actually have people who are, you know, capable of spotting potential or thinking outside the box or things that would be useful going around college job fairs. I'm just saying.
Any thoughts on me serving as director? I know it was a sudden change.
Oh, no complaints so far. Trench was all secrets, lots of meetings behind closed doors. You seem much more approachable. But if I can give you some advice, ma'am, keep a grip on who you are. I've been here a long time, and I don't know if it's the job or this place, but people change here, and not for the better.
I'll try to keep my head on straight. Will you stay on after things calm down, Langston?
Are you asking if I'm quitting? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm not having some mid-level agent make a mess of my panopticon. Plus, I'm racking up serious overtime hours with this lockdown. Just don't take too long clearing out the Hiss. My cat gets separation anxiety.
I'll do what I can.
He must have gotten a pet sitter.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here.
Either that or he's one of those people who just kind of leaves his cat at home with a giant thing of food. Alright, next. We got Flamingo, the mannequin, and the rubber duck. Hey! Rubber ducky, you're the one. You've done so much fun. Rubber ducky, rubber ducky, rubber ducky. Alright. Yeah, exactly, Black Pile. I'd probably... I tend to be weird in my mentality, but I would probably have shell companies who don't really do much. They're just kind of bureaucracy engines, except their purpose is to serve as a filter for potential employees for the actual bureau. Probably have a few people there who are bureau, you know, agents, bureau operatives, whose job it is to kind of pay attention to things and run drills, you know, supernatural drills, see how people react, that kind of a thing. You get the idea. And yeah, while providing a front for us to be able to operate through other things. Like, we can run money through that, we can run people through that, we can run supplies through that kind of stuff. And so naturally we'd have multiple companies because it's a large country, and honestly we probably want to be global with this kind of thing, but you get the idea. Okay. I don't think we want para-utilitarian cats. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't know. I'm not a cat person. I've never had one cat in my life. But, you know, sounds like a bad idea. It's actually funny you say that, Ross. Either today or tomorrow, I do in fact plan to order a pizza. I might even get it this time. Oh god, a cat with telekinesis and no understanding of the control of what's required to Yeah. Thank you very much, as always, Ross. I will put that towards something. I don't know what, but it's going towards something. By golly. What's a game that makes me feel like a boss in a business compared to someone who does everything themselves? Most management sims, actually. We recently played Surviving Mars. That absolutely made me feel like a manager, for lack of a better way to put it. Tangled, you got it. Honestly, most management sims, most good management sims make me feel that way. We played 2 Point Hospital. That's kind of that sort of thing. Okay, Flamingo. Oh, geez, Sierra Mike. That's awful. Now, hang on. 2 cats. And, like, what's that type of dog? I can't think of the name of the dog, because I'm not a dog person either. That just barks at abso-frickin-lutely everything. It's small. And it's irritating, and I hate it. But, you know, that thing. Really? Sierra Mike, that's... I mean, it's good they're still supporting it, in all in total honesty. I'm glad they're still supporting it. That's okay. Chihuahua? I believe you. I don't know dog names. It's small and it yaps at everything, and I hate it. I mean, I don't like barking in general, so, you know. Problematic. There we are. I sense a flamingo in search of answers. Come to me, flamingo. Come to me.
That's got to be an altered item.
No, that's how most bathrooms are. It's typical, something. I got this. It's cool. Alright, so this is clearly not working. Let's try this. Nope, that doesn't work either. I can actually back into it. Nope. Apparently this is the solution, though. Which is weird. I'm not sure what went wrong. Let's just try this. There we go. Yeah, apparently it was the floor's lava. I'll be honest, that didn't even occur to me. I figured it was facing the bright light thing.
Again.
Okay. Oh, is it time for the advisor? Hi, advisor!
Another altered item.
Yeah, I can grab his things now. I got him by the balls. That was buggy. Yep, nope, that's buggy. Goodbye.
I never did like flamingos. Too pink.
Hey, what's wrong with pink? Yeah, go back to Half-Life. Alright. Well, we do a substantially larger amount of damage. And we can, fly around this time. The last time, that was just irritating. Alright, next. So let's just look this up and not mess around with it. We're going to logistics, to security, then medical ring. Okay. Why don't we just go straight to... Oh, I guess we can't. Okay, cool. Three, Disco Inferno. That looks kind of terrifying, Dakota. The game you linked. I'll glance at that later. Yes. I'm kind of glad we couldn't find this early, because now we could just fight Former at full power. Nope. Into security. And to the right. Nope, missed a turn somewhere, as I always do. Down. I had this problem just a few minutes ago, too. This way? Makes me feel like a boss who is overpowered with weak spots. Wildstar. R.I.P. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I'll be with y'all in a second. I need to do this first.
God, the only thing creepier than one mannequin is a few dozen of the damn things.
And it looks like the enemies didn't go away, so that's nice. I can one hand without bracing a shotgun. What kind of person do you take me for? Oh, that's the enemy. There's an enemy left somewhere. There you are. So anyways, mannequins. There's a couple mannequins. A couple dozen mannequins.
New Bureau policy. No more mannequins.
I don't know if that's a policy. No known procedure for preventing this item's effect. Lining the item cell with newly discovered black rock has yielded positive results. Test with other altered items. A wire and fabric waste mannequin. The base and head are made of stained wood. The item duplicates. The trigger for this behavior is unknown. No correlation can be found in either the number of duplications that manifest during an episode or the duration for which they last before disappearing. And of course we saved the best for last. Rubber ducky. Wrong way. I mean, that's normal procedure, right? Torture someone, then ask them questions? Hello, Mr. Rubber Ducky.
Altered item number 52.
I already listened to that.
Session 2. I will begin by introducing various stimuli to the item. First, a low voltage electric shock. No response. Next.
Good morning, Bragan.
Via a standard function.
Bam, you could just lift those. I got scrawny arms. What do you want from me? We actually went in here earlier. You can go in here, though. Mold. Of course, there's mold in the pipes. That's true, we didn't have levitate then. It's okay, we also didn't have the quest then either.
Next, a series of solutions each with a different value on the scale, from 0 to 14.
Disappearing ducks. Great.
Okay.
Can you understand me? Can you understand my words? If you can understand my words. No response.
Listen, Loke, it's fine. It's fine. The mold's rate of expansion has slowed down, is the specific thing she said. Which, yeah, it's not very convincing. Whatever. Really? This is Marco Polo, is what this is. Right here. Which is not, of course.
Finally, no more quacking.
Direct contact with this item is not permitted. Safety gloves required when handling. Item is a yellow rubber duck bath toy from the 1950s. A single hole at the bottom allows air and water to flow in and out. This item makes a sound analogous to quacking. The item travels considerable distance with surprising speed. How it achieves this motion is unknown. The item forms a of unknown purposes for anyone who makes physical contact with it and begins to follow them, quacking often. This led to a researcher named entering cardiac arrest, although due to the individual's health issues, the matter may not be connected to the item's effect. Yeah, I would not want to work here. I think I've said that before, but I'm going to reiterate this. No, he'd call it the Iron Duck, Zach Taft. That's it, just the Iron Duck. Did I? Oh, I don't know about that. I believe that's it for side quests, so we might actually finally start the DLC now. Still not super impressed with the aforementioned side quests.
Regarding your life, it's a great privilege, sir. We are both.
Every altered item on your list is now back in the panopticon, safe and sound.
That's a load off my mind. Missing altered items don't exactly reflect well on me, you know. Did they give you any trouble?
The flamingo pulled me into the astral plane just like the fridge did. That same creature was there.
I was looking over the old activity reports, and multiple items have been displaying much more destructive behavior in the past few weeks. There's some connection there, I bet, but it's a bit above my pay grade.
Something to keep an eye on.
And if I have any more runaways, I'll know just who to call.
I guess this is my life now.
I'll see you later, Langston.
I'll be here.
Speaking of former, let's go do the Foundation DLC. Once it lets me access the menu. There we go. After we read these. Anchor. A Trotman-style anchor made of iron and wood stock. Surface is rusted in places. Weight, 3,789 pounds. The item generates a persistent blank sphere, the purpose of which is currently unknown. Oh, for God's sake, can we just skip them, Sierra Mike? Is that okay? Can we just give the negative we've already given to side quests and move on? Anyways. The item generates a persistent blank sphere, the purpose of which is currently unknown. Sphere is always generated at a precise point in relation to the item, specifically horizontal feet and vertical feet from the of the anchor. Appendix. Ranger First Class was dropped into the sphere wearing a diving suit with dedicated oxygen line at AM EST. After 10 minutes and 13 seconds inside the sphere, his oxygen line was cut at the sphere's border by an unseen force. All agents in the room. No, I did, Larry. I already talked to her. She is now promoted. Yay. All agents in the room during Hu's entry into the sphere experienced vomiting, vertigo, and loss of fingernails within an hour of one another. Ranger Hu has been declared MIA, presumed dead. Paper lantern. This item is a paper lantern known as a... I don't know how to pronounce that. The paper is red with elegant black Japanese characters that translate to ramen. Item has an attractive effect that is both physical and psychological. Nearby objects gravitate toward it with a minor force of ugh. More notable is its ability to attract sentient organisms with its rich red color and warm, comforting glow. A plastic pink flamingo lawn ornament. 2 steel prongs extend from its underside. The item is suspected to influence atmospheric physics, altering meteorological phenomena in the area. The effect is currently unconfirmed. New altered effect observed. See the thing that we actually already read. What do you want? Okay, cool. Alright, lead me to the other side quests. Let's be thorough about this. We're gonna get more negatives to this game. It needs to earn them. So where do I go? Help me out here. Because I have no leads right now. I gotta also just glance at my own walkthrough, my own terrible, terrible walkthrough here. Very accurate and very good at everything. Let's see here. There it is. Boop. No, that's wrong. This is what I want. Oh. Apparently Emily gives us the... Why did... Okay, whatever. Apparently Emily refuses to give us quests. She's truly mad. She's fired! Give me quests or I'll fire you. That sounds like something a PC boss would do, doesn't it? Okay, I need you to get the pencil from the break room. And, bring it back inside 5 minutes while escorting this toothbrush. Okay, I'll be right back.
There haven't been any Hiss sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Do you remember Mr. Tomasi, the head of communications? The Hiss he was changed into showed up in Containment, near the turntable.
I'll take care of it.
That thing's not getting away this time.
I've heard reports about his particular use of language and intonation when repeating the Hiss babbling. The biological and behavioral distinctions between different Hiss-corrupted individuals is truly fascinating. I wonder if I could categorize the data.
And she's already off on her own thing.
Yeah, I just wish we actually had a decent hairdo, Kamek. I'm honestly debating changing it just because I really hate that hair.
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I'm still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were.
We won't ever be like them.
I'll kill anyone who says I'm like them.
When the Hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. And considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. And the fact that he hid those forces from me, it's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it.
Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Like, don't just assume I'm gonna consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
How is Dylan?
The same. I can't detect any his activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
Don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here.
I hope one day he'll have the chance to change that.
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
So that explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the hiss had us. They were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
me.
You. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me.
That's good to know. Thanks, Emily.
I'm glad to know that I am now the new anchor, or if you prefer, barrier maiden, for reality.
I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power, which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Maybe it is.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
I said...
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Okay.
There haven't been any
Well, considering the hiss was doing the same thing, Kira White Noise, that makes sense. Remember, Trench was infected that long ago, too. Well, not that long ago, but slightly less long ago than that. I'm going the wrong way. Try that one. Hey. Alright, you jackass. You overtuned, badly designed boss fight. Come here. Even the tiniest bit, but that's okay. I'll set the wrong gun on. Okay, I didn't even see those. That's on me. Oh, for God's sakes, here, Mike. You have too much health. Yeah, it's funny. Tomasi was a BS boss early, and he's a BS boss now. Especially because he has that auto-evade gimmick, which I'm not a big fan of in any game.
There you are.
So he gets to spawn invisible guys, too. That's cute. Invisible guy. God sakes.
I guess the Bureau should start looking for a new head of communications.
I have to tell them to get out. Okay. Hello? Or don't. That's cool. But we killed him, so the rest of those can go to hell. You have fun in there.
Who moved my waveform of the hiss recording?
Sorry, ma'am. I took them. Dark.
I took care of the Tomasi problem. Sorry, I forget he was a coworker.
Don't apologize. That wasn't the real Tomasi. He died when the hiss got him.
You're right. I just didn't want to be insensitive.
Sentimentality is a weakness in situations like these, Jesse. Bureau 101.
I don't think Emily's in danger of being called
I
sentimental.
don't actually agree with that. But, you know, whatever.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Not even as a joke.
There haven't been any hiss sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Could survive.
That's going to grab just duration. Let's levitate as long as we can, shall we? Okay, what do we get? What do we get? Nothing. I mean, that's exactly my point, Carol White Noise. We must not be sentimental. That's Trench. We're trying to do better than that. Alright, the Foundation. Is that up? Down? Not sure where that is. I can't fly here.
We gotta be methodical. Clean out every rest of this with one fell swoop.
I heard Hope was promoted. Head of research.
What? The director's just handing out promotions?
I guess you better get in there.
I mean, we sort of need a new head of research. We just lost like 90% of our staff, you moron! You are not promoted for not understanding that. Yeah. Alright, whatever.
Even if it was a dream, I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline.
Oh no, he totally did.
Feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond.
Uh-oh, in the Foundation. We demand your moxie. Well, the good news is they opened the tree in maintenance.
That was Autie's vacation spot. We need to check this out.
No, I'm pretty sure Ahti was, like, just hanging out on the beach or something, and the Foundation happened to connect to it. You know, I'd like to say nice office, but this office sucks. You know how much this office sucks? Alright, anyways. Didn't mean to do that one. Just those magnificent abs continue. That's true, you can destroy your own office, and there's just something to be said for that. I say all the way down to the Foundation.
Dark, quiet, trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti. So that etching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it.
She was never heard from again. Foundatio.
No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency. Looks like no one's been down here in a while.
Well, we're back on Mars.
Crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
This typewriter.
What's that light?
It's so pretty. So pretty. I mean, I kind of do that in general, Sierra Mike. Give me some credit here.
The Foundation.
Marshall?
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place, and on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can. Bottom of the oldest house. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How was she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. acting director in Northmore now, is on a train from Washington. We don't have the answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
Good morning, Walker. Unnecessary jump scare is unnecessary. So there's research site Delta. There's research site who frickety knows. Oh, this is just a chest, so never mind. Yeah, cannot reach the TV that's providing all the light. Or deal with it. That's further up than I thought it was. Nope. Back. I mean, you know Bruce would have something set up down here. Let me do it. Let me do it. No! And we're dead. Oh, I can never mind. I know I can do it to walls. Let's see if I can just mash it and find a magic pixel here. Nope. Okay, whatever. Thought I'd try.
Is that the astral plane? How is that possible?
Well, you see it's up there, and you're down here.
To figure out what's going on.
All you need to do is just drag the astral plane into the physical plane, and everything will be fine forever. Don't worry about it. Yep, nope, that looks like astral plane material. At first I thought the paintings in the Foundation chronicled ancient humans' encounter with natural occurrences like weather, but it soon became clear they depicted events far outside the average human experience. Also, it seems I was wrong to assume the images are ancient. Radiocarbon dating suggests something impossible. I've been down here longer than the paintings. That's absurd, though. The style and medium clearly indicate Paleolithic origin. I was ready to conclude that an ancient community of humans lived in or around the oldest house. Now, with this information, I don't know what to think. Was one of our agents drawing these? Or is there someone down here with us? This place has a habit of skewing my results, so maybe the data's corrupted. Maybe the drawings were created at different times. The art does seem to chronicle not only the past, but the present and apparently the future. I see in them echoes of the board, some linear architecture, even what could be interpreted as a director. Are the paintings telling a story that's still being written? If so, who's writing it? And why is he named Alan Wake? Sorry. And I'm just saying, we've already accidentally heard his frickin' voice and everything.
Hiss are using pickaxes now?
I mean... Yep, exactly, Kemek. That is exactly what happened. I, was following through on a quest, and the moment I followed through on that quest and hit the elevator, Alan Wake popped up, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's a hell of a way to reveal that, I gotta admit. Astral Tower PE control point. I'll have to see if I can figure out where that is. Tom, you missed the good news. I'm sure the official memo will go out soon, but Northmore is calling in all hands at the crossroads to announce we're finally moving out of this hellhole and up to the house proper. Bureau brass apparently solved the moving walls problem. Or at least figured out a way to pinpoint where and when they happen. All I know is going up there means goodbye darkness, goodbye weird lunches with that ex-Nazi scientist, and goodbye pissing into the pit. I know that was you, Barry. Northmore's ordering the Foundation sealed as soon as we can haul our stuff out and somehow convince Ash to come with us. He's the only one kicking up a fuss. This is long overdue. We've lost 11 men and nearly $10,000 in the 60s in supplies moving between the entrance and the Foundation. And for what? Research? Ash is batty if he thinks we want to stay here and sift through more sand for him. It's just rusted iron flakes anyway. Do you know that? That's what we're breathing in. So this is apparently, quite literally, rust. Rusted iron flakes. Cute. Really doesn't want on this ledge. Look at that. She really doesn't want on that ledge. Screw you, game. Another up. Ugh. Mr. Wilder, I have some bad news. You remember that Robert Ricardo? Remember that Robert Ricardo fellow we brought in as a special consultant to map the lower caves? Well, today he found a chamber with weird eyes covering every inch of the walls and a strange black pillar in the center. Kind of like the one in the crossroads, but smaller. We had a Bureau member shadowing him, but whatever happened in there did a number on our guest. The docs are taking a look on it, but it's pretty clear Mr. Adventure's exploring days are over. I know we were careful to limit this guy's exposure to the non-ordinary. Drugging him, carrying him through the upper floor was a real hoot, by the way. But we really need to reevaluate our policies on external contractors. Honestly, we'd be better off forming a special division trained in repelling and orienteering than subjecting more outsiders to the stuff we deal with. They always end up dead or loony. See you around, Sierra Mike.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau.
It'll probably do a lot more than that, let's be honest with ourselves. That's apparently a valid strategy. Or not? Is he still shooting at us from whatever kill plane is down there? They were called something specific. Oh, hey, there's the Hiss Sharpened. Ah, astral copies. The Hiss Sharpened agents display the para-utilitarian ability to rapidly move short distances. This ability is unique in the fact that it's not associated with any known object of power, other than the duck, obviously. However, we should not discount the possibility that this ability is an object variation. For example, abrupt physical relocation could potentially be a variant of the jukebox's effect. Other explanations of the Hiss Sharpened ability include momentary time manipulation, brief increase in physical speed, and inhibiting the witness's sense of sight. We do accept that the Hiss Sharpened ability is not connected to a known object of power, then the Hiss are either manifesting unique paranatural abilities, or there are objects in the house that we aren't aware of. Either way, the Hiss is continuing to develop new strains of corruption, and that is cause for concern. Astral copy, the thing we just killed. With the astral plane now physically accessible, a torrent of new information has been collected on the entities known as astral copies. The copies' bodies are composed of a dense, stone-like material that is both resilient under controlled circumstances and brittle when struck with significant force. Whether the astral copies possess individual consciousness or are directed by a higher intelligence, such as the board, remains unknown. However, their shared aggression seems to indicate unified goal. Director Faden's encounter with these entities when binding objects of power in the astral plane indicate they serve as live targets for potential para-utilitarians to practice on. Some have been equipped with Bureau weaponry, although it seems unlikely they were armed by our personnel. It is important to note they appear immune to Hiss corruption. I don't think I can get that eye. I super cannot. Okay.
I wish I brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
She can't fly, Jesse.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive!
You're in the astral plane, Jesse.
Wait! It's Jesse! The director!
Kind of.
Whoa.
Crossroads.
Huge.
My favorite point.
Marshall? Can you hear me?
She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
Hey, look, it's Former. And a lot of people. Ley lines. For all my research into the oldest house's ley lines, I still don't understand why they converge here. This is by Theodore Ashe, by the way. At the base of this pillar. I suppose the simplest reason is they have to converge somewhere, Occam's razor and all that, but that seems wrong. The esoteric world abhors coincidence. So what is the true relationship between the pillar and the ley lines? Does it act as a magnet, attracting them, polar north? Or is the pillar a product of their focused energies, a sprout nourished by the constant flow of the oldest house's power? Perhaps classifying that power would provide some insight. However, we currently have no means of measuring or quantifying it. Given time, it may become possible to collect and even harness this ardent energy. On that note, Northmoor is bringing in the much-lauded Dr. Gustav Wagner from the headquarters in D.C. to aid my research. I suppose this is his way of saying he doesn't trust me to work unsupervised. Let's just hope Dr. Wagner's as smart as his dearly departed Fuhrer once believed him to be. Let's get a save point, first of all. And a teleport point. A waypoint. And a point. Come to that in a minute. Imagine how irritating it would be to set up an office space down here. Like, think about transporting stuff down here.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmoor even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmoor cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmoor than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Hell, we don't even know the rules.
An interesting idea. And it would make sense for, let's be honest, it to be a gun over a sword. I mean, at least here in the States, guns have been kind of the de facto weapon, like the personal weapon for at least a century and a half at this point. Right? And, you know, collective subconscious, blah, 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 blah. The pillar found in the crossroads is best described as an onyx spike that protrudes from the cave floor like an imposing stalagmite. Despite its aggressive silhouette, the structure has an undeniable allure. Freud would certainly have something to say about the pillar's overly erect nature, but I'm more drawn to Whitmore's essay on dynamic layers. Structures within structures, the fractal mirror in every being. Given its significant location, I believe the pillar is either the very heart of the oldest house or an intrusion within that heart. Or perhaps it's like the husk of a seed from which the oldest house sprouted. Trottier wrote that great architecture isn't built, it grows, but then why does the pillar look so different from the rest of the place's concrete walls and rocky caverns? It's easier to see it as an anomaly, a buried artifact, a foreign body, a demonic phallus. I wonder if this pillar is any more welcome than we are. So this is apparently the nail. Can't even get on top of it, but yeah. Interesting.
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
Self or weapon? Let's go with self. That you could, okay. Yeah, this works out, shall we? We should feel honored or handled. A little bit, Doncro, but nothing too severe. Probably the most Kojima thing in the game is actually the board, I'd say. I have a pretty good idea of what's going on with everything else, except the board. Well, that's my favorite part. Trespassing and snooping is forbidden. Yeah, that's nice. Take two. Wrong button. Actually, no, that was the right button. I just wasn't in range. I do not actually have a theory about the board, which is sort of my point. I mean, the board's definitely there. About all I got. I'm just gonna go up here if that's okay with you. Just make sure I'm doing the puzzle. There you go. Did the puzzle. No, Chemic.
Okay, let's review. This broken pillar is called the nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish. You with me?
Oh no, I never actually went to the top of the power station. I was dealing with side quests and bad boss fights. No, this is actually happening. Probably. I mean, if we get into this is a dream territory, then I have nothing else to say to that. If it's all just a dream, then none of this means anything, and there's nothing to discuss. Okay, that didn't... I just killed my flight for some reason. Take 2. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. Well, that was Deep Space Nine. It sucked. 'Cause none of it ever happened. Odd. There you go. How did this, you know, whatever. With is an interesting word, Baron, but yes is the answer to the question overall. No, I haven't, Cubic Skull. I don't think I've even heard of that one, I'm afraid. I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's another TV show which I've heard is similar in style to this. More recent. Is it just Supernatural? Is that it? Maybe it is Supernatural. I don't know. Where the hell am I? Well, I mean, admittedly, they probably couldn't get the tech down back then. For silver to, you know, be worth a damn. It was no use, you might say. Okay, that's... Sure. They even put me up here. Whatever. It's a show about, like, a normal dude, and he's running around trying to figure out how the supernatural works. And several friends of mine love it. I've never actually seen it. This dude right here. He's dead. Well, he's mine now, actually. Establish the weird. I mean, it's essentially what Dakota was bringing up earlier, too. We never really see the normal, because the normal is just real life. I'm almost assured that's what they were thinking, too. It's like, well, there's no need to show the contrast, because the contrast is looking out your window, right? Contrast is your 9 to 5. Never did actually play that, Cubic. Now, okay, let's go. Oof. What is the name of that show? It's gonna bother me now. Supernatural Investigators Show. We got here. No, I want something that's not bullcrap. It's a bunch of ghost things. Let's try fiction. I mean, obviously those are fiction, but you get my point. This is really useless. Oh, it's totally X-Files. Ah, you're dumb, phone. Whatever. Okay. Well, that was, irritating. I don't know if fun is the word I'd use, Zactat, but, you know, it's there. Hey, Cashel. Listen, we all know bullcrap is the underpinning of society, but like, let's hope for something less horrible. Yeah, I think this game is gonna beat Endwalker for Game of the Year. Wait. When did Control actually come out? I know it's been a little bit. Not too long ago, then. Put the right gun on. That's right. I know I personally waited because I was ready to play this game last year when it came out on PC. And didn't specifically because I was going to try out the new computer with it, since I knew I was going to get it that year. No, Spartan, this game came out last year. And Dread just completely knocks this game out of the water. I'm not sure there's anything this game does better than Dread. I'd have to think about that. Maybe voice acting. Yeah, I could go with voice acting, since Dread doesn't really have voice acting. So there you go. This game has better voice acting than Metroid Dread.
This area looks newer. Is it from the upper floors?
That's true of Unfalkenstein. I'm not even going to play Endwalker this year, although I am going to play Endwalker.
Behind it at his barrier.
It is Plutonia. It's an undeniable fact. The worst 2021 game I've played this year is Metroid Dread. I have some theories about the hiss. I mean, I think it would work, Roxy, although we'll see what they do with this setting in a survival horror element, because that's the next game they're making in this setting. Data entry and filing. Ah, memories. I had a data entry job for a while there, and oh my god, I hated it. Just yikes. Whoever finds this, I am Containment Processes designer Jean Gibbs, and I'm writing this to document the largest building shift ever to occur. Here are the facts. A considerably large portion of the containment sector, including processes and protocols offices, our research facilities, and a fair chunk of the firebreak has been yanked down to a chasm that reaches far below lobby level, I think. There was a violent shift, and our Gretsch reports several casualties. Injuries were sustained by all, but many of us, myself included, are still mobile. We have set up a base camp and started triaging. There are little supplies. We explored our surroundings and found caverns, of all things. Maybe we're in some kind of cave threshold, like the quarry? Wherever we are, we're not the first. There were some rusty power cores, old lights, signs, infrastructure. What is this area used for? Why'd they seal it off? Why have we never heard of it? And more importantly, how are we going to get out? Data entry is very simple. It's so easy to understand. All you need to do is you need to think that you have a gigantic list of thousands upon thousands of entries, and your job is to type all that up into a document, usually a spreadsheet. That's it. That's data entry. Have fun. A series of reverberating sounds observed in downtown Kiev, with no point of origin. The event was witnessed by city's general public. Mental and physical symptoms reported, including aphasia, sleep paralysis, and excess in the reported individuals. Due to the brief nature of the event, overseas Bureau agents were not able to respond while it was active. Immediately upon arrival, agents collected audio recordings taken by local witnesses. All Bureau monitoring stations located at global junctions of acoustic application were directed to monitor any auditory events of similar pitch, wavelength, and duration in an effort to trace echoes or epicenters. In the following weeks, similar cases were reported from both various amateur sources and Bureau stations in every major city on the globe. The subsequent events diminished in volume and frequency per each occurrence. Event is to be believed to be generated by planar friction, although this is not confirmed. I mean, obviously you have to be precise. If the data's entered badly, then it's not worth anything. But no, the worst part about data entry is most companies have this brilliant idea. Rather than split up the job amongst a bunch of people so it's not as mind-numbing and terrible, we're going to make one person do the whole thing. And just do thousands and thousands of entries by themselves over the course of how many days or weeks it takes. It's the logic. Probably mention one of the problems with data entry is most people have the presumption that it is a no-skill job, a job that quite literally anybody could do without any prior qualifications whatsoever. Ergo, the mentality is there that it is the bottom rung of jobs, right? That mentality is something I myself am guilty of, I will freely admit. The reason I know how horrible of a job that is because when I was incapable of functioning, and then right before I, in desperation, decided to start doing this as my career, I was looking for any job. I think I've mentioned that point in my life a few times. And of the many jobs I tried out for, that was one of them. It was the only one that also bit, it's worth noting. And it was a paycheck, and, well, you know how that works. We do want to bet that this is how the hiss got down here, by the way. It was because of this shift. Almost makes me wonder if it was a crude attempt to try and deal with them. But yes, data entry jobs still exist because, well, among other things, there's still plenty of places that still use physical medium.
Someone call a plumber.
Glad no one was around to hear that.
Also, to be perfectly blunt, there are still plenty of businesses where, you know, data entry is actually quite useful and valuable. Especially data management, which is kind of the big brother of data entry. Dear House of Representatives. No, I saw that, Plutonian. My husband, Francis, read an article before he died about how the universe is really just a computer program. He believed it. I thought it sounded silly, but now I think he was right. Francis was hit by a car a few months ago, a drunk driver. I don't think it was supposed to happen. My neighbor's son, Jeremy, broke one of our windows with a football a week before Francis died. Francis yelled at Jeremy for it. He was a bit harsh. This is important because I see Jeremy on his computer through their living room window. He's on it all the time. His mother says he's a computer whiz. I think Jeremy is operating the computer program, and he changed the universe so that driver would hit Francis. He did it to get back at Francis for yelling at him. Is there a way to change the computer and make Francis come back? I have some money if it's expensive. I don't know how these things work. I don't care if Jeremy gets in trouble or what. I just Francis to come home. Francis and I were very happy together. I can feel him not being here, and I know it's not right. Sincerely, Stephanie Miller. Listen. When I get the sysop codes back, I will get your husband back, okay, Miss Miller? Mrs. Miller? I don't know. Hi. That's stuff. I didn't see you. Yeah, I actually noticed that earlier here, too. Which is kind of nice. Like, they, somewhere in the middle of developing the expansion, they're like, you know what? Yes, Kevin. No whispering. It's a good question, Kevin. Dakota. I'm not sure. Delicious cat ears, huh? I couldn't, Dakota. Any of the ones stuck in crystals I can't actually open. I thought once I gained the ability to make the crystals show up, I would be able to, but no. So there's several chests I effectively cannot access, and honestly probably never will.
You're listening to America Overnight, a beacon in the darkest recesses of possibility for more than 29 years. We have another letter from a listener. This one's unsigned, but postmarked from Toledo. It says, Dear America Overnight, I have the most wonderful appliance for your listeners. It is a miracle of God. A fondue set. A fountain. A blessed gift. Blessed is spelled with a capital B. Go on, they write. Dive on in. It is molten hot. Perfect for meat. No signature. As far as I know, no fondue set was sent to us here at the studio. Just this letter. Wait. I think there's something else in the envelope. Some kind of black powder. With white shards in it? Bone, maybe? Karen. What is this? Karen? We're on the air, Karen. Where are you? What's this powder in the booth? Is this ash? Oh God. Karen? How do I cut to commercial?
Who's Bless? That's a new name to me. Don't answer that question, obviously. Gibbs reporting in. It's been 8 days since the collapse and still no sign of rescue efforts. The Bureau is either completely unaware of our situation or incapable of helping us, or maybe it's intentional. How many times have we seen the Bureau not give two craps about its own hardworking staff when they go missing? How many times do we let it slide? Oh, hey, at least it wasn't me. Too many times, I'm ashamed to admit. Anyway, there's been some developments. Strange crystals have begun growing through the walls. They seem to block some corridors, but not others. The path to the caves is always left open, but we're not sure why. Luckily, the crystals keep out the astral spike. One's been hounding us for days. John, Nicole, and Sarah went to try and find a new radio, but never came back. We think the spike got them. I think it's hunting us. Doug says spikes only exist in the astral plane, so what's it doing here? If we get out of here, I'm hiring a lawyer. These are unsuitable working conditions. I mean, I kind of agree, but, you know, the previous two directors kind of sucked at their jobs, so, you know. There's so much that can be done about that when the bosses are horrific, nightmarish, eldritch abominations disguising themselves as people. Trying really hard not to make a Bobby Kotick joke.
Warning. Altered item detected in Transport Bay. Access is prohibited per Safety Regulation 18.A.
Okay, that's a good sign.
So that's the altered item. Looks pretty secure. I should hire someone who builds smaller machines.
Something to keep in mind. Although you are living with a bit of a tech problem, so keep that in mind too. Oh, alright.
No power. Typical.
Can I shoot through this thing? Nope. You know, that's a fair point. I apologize, Eldritch Abominations. You're nowhere near as bad as Bobby Kotick. That way? Not gonna argue. Listen, tell Mengsk, die to fire. I got stuff to do. I was actually just thinking the same thing, Dakota. Like, how do you maintain that without, you know, light and telekinesis? Powerful telekinesis, I might add. Like, the most powerful they have ever encountered. We go the long way. It totally does, plutonium.
No altered material detected in area. Personnel may now safely enter. Have a Bureau full day.
Alright, who recorded that? And more importantly, who ordered that recorded? Would you? Whoop. Yeah. No, that sounds like darling. You're right. It's okay, Loke. I forgive you. Right after I get rid of the whispers. No whispers. Don't want hiss resonance down here. Or anywhere, I suppose. Shortcuts, we don't have to do that nonsense again. Yeah, see, there's another example of this nonsense. That's a good question, Dakota. I mean, you'd think so. The building is semi-modular, so there's a logic to that, but at the same time, like, there's probably going to be at least a little scraping, right? Maybe? I don't know.
Properly trained. Guess I pass. I am very properly trained.
Well, you see, Loke, that was a recording of it. Just imagine shuffling it back up. All right, Ati, got another job for you. And Ati says, no problem. I have a job for you. And I'm like, wait, no. Okay. Action camera. This item first came to the Bureau's attention after hospitalizing a mailman from Arkansas who claimed his injuries had been caused by a movie camera. Further investigation connected the incident to AI-80, which was being shipped in the mail truck at the time. The packaged camera was later found in an empty warehouse. The return address led agents to a P.O. box located in San Fernando Valley belonging to a company called Blessed Pictures. Whether Blessed Pictures is involved in the creation and dissemination of the item's VHS films is unknown. The following is a list of all known films believed to have been shot by this. Shoot First, Last, Die Last, Unreleased, Coffee Bullet, Billy's First Car, Bike Hard, my personal favorite, and Delivery Disaster. Shoot First, Die Last was used in the filming of an unreleased Western in 1968 on the Italian Isle of Sardinia. A cast member was killed during an on-set accident stopping production. It is believed that Blessed Pictures bought the camera when equipment was from the shoot was sold at auction. Who the hell is Blessed? Bless. Whatever that is. Yeah, no, I think the dust in the envelope was Karen, the producer. It's clear no one's coming. We're running out of ideas and supplies. We tried going into the caves to find anything edible, but all we found was noxious gases and endless pits. The crystals only let us go one way, and even though we could see the caves branch out. We did find some weird spiky pillar. I only got a glimpse of it before the astral spikes attacked. And there are a few of them this time. We lost a lot of people. There's only 6 of us left. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want to come down here. I'm convinced something brought us down here. The others say I'm going nuts, but it's clear this was no house shift. Shifts slide a bathroom a sector over, or rotate a hallway. They don't drop full divisions into caves. We were brought here, I know it. But for what? Why tear us away from our lives just to torture us? If this is some sort of test or mission, then here's some advice for whoever's running it. Give out clearer instructions next time. I put these notes for a good read for whatever ranger finds them. Screw you. Put that in your report. Yeah, no, this feels like someone was doing counter research, for lack of a better phrase. This way? Shoot, now I'm turned around. This way, I think. Yeah, here we go. I don't know. Like I said, I have very few theories about the board because there's just really little information about the board. Oh yeah, that looks safe.
I remember that camera. How the hell did it get out? Are they shooting movies now?
Jess Faden, starring in Swift Platform.
After that camera! And step on it!
What? Appropriate action scene here. This is totally just the cat trains again.
No way am I sharing the spotlight with kids.
There's a whole lot less control to it, ironically. Gotta make it flashy. Gotta use the gun. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I've seen this film 3 times before. That's an interesting problem to have. Yep, okay, we're just gonna take that on the face. Don't mind me. Oh yeah, there's gotta be a Wilhelm scream. I mean, there's a Wilhelm scream in Ori and the Blind Forest, for God's sakes. There's gotta be one in this one.
Thought you could lose me, huh?
Really? That guy's got some health. Oh, that hurts. Yikes. Apparently not supposed to deal with that way. Give me a third turn. There you go. Oh, hello. I need to have a chat with their on-site safety team, I think. Woohoo, von Falkenstein. Third act villain? That's your name? Way too much health. Yes, of course he does. on. I beat the third act villain. Who's this Yahoo? Oh, it's the camera, right? That's... Cyberpunk 2021.
Wait, what? We're back? Did that really just happen?
It
felt like a dream. Or maybe a bad movie.
Hey! That is a cheesy movie, thank you very much. Bit of a difference. I mean, I'll take Imperial's Octave, but Dominion would be acceptable, I guess. Yeah, Cerberus narrative cheating aside, no thank you. The White Star Fleet is alright, but no. I mean, I'm sorry, the Dominion would crush the White Star Fleet like a bug. Just smush them. And yeah, sorry, to clarify, that is the StarCraft Dominion, not the Star Trek Dominion. Although, we're being honest, the Star Trek Dominion would also crush the White Star Fleet like a bug.
That damn gun. I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. And he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
I mean, she can't possibly be high enough level to do this quest yet.
Not sure she's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again.
I mean, in fairness, the Save the Bureau is still ongoing. We still have to deal with Alan Wake and whatever the hell's going on with his nonsense. Stop me if you heard this one before. Your adventuring party goes through the dimly lit red sand cave. Clouds of effervescent dust fill the air. As you enter into a brightly lit, open... I can't think of a word all of a sudden. Open cavern. You see before you a giant, clearly artificially crafted monolith with strange runes on it. I mean, okay, so something I've talked about with Third recently in real life is it's actually kind of interesting. It's kind of weird how much of fiction fits really well if you describe it as a D&D campaign. Like shows, books, movies, games. It's, yeah, exactly, Dakota.
Etching.
It's
like the one I used to get in.
really common. Like, there are so many circumstances by which we could describe something as a D&D campaign, and it just fits really well. But anyways, we'll come back to that after we kill this guy. Okay, where does this put us? Because this felt like it was going to be a shortcut. No, I know, Nexus of Concordia. Okay, so we're way up here. I see where we are. Yeah, there's the nail, and there's where we came in, right down there. Okay. So this is not a shortcut, this is a way back. A one-way back, it looks like. But yeah, in a D&D campaign, this is a nope situation. And if you have to, then the first thing you do is like 5 or 6 very careful and precise checks to make sure that you're safe while the GM is getting frustrated that you're not falling into his trap.
Is this the lock/key the board told me about?
That's new.
Just doing my job.
Regardless of you.
First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
That's another thing you never do in D&D. Oh yeah, sorry, someone asked earlier if Mark died. I don't know if that person's still here, but actually, believe it or not, no. I got really lucky on my rolls, and only had one encounter with an Umber Hulk, which I could have taken, but I decided to flee from because I had higher priorities at the time. Yeah, no, this is a Bethesda shortcut, you're absolutely right. So, let's see. I guess just that way now. We never did find the one thing that Sierra Mike wanted me to find. I guess that'll be after lunch break. I mean, we're not going to beat this stuff today. We're still in one of the DLCs, and we got another one coming. What the range is on this thing? I guess we'll find out in a moment. Not bad range. Okay. Let's make that even more powerful. I think I'm going to start changing my build a little bit, though. If I can. Which I probably can't. I wonder. Aw. Oh well, we'll get there later. Identify your smell.
It's an honor, Director.
How are you down here?
My throat feels all scratchy.
It's because you're breathing in rust. Where did you come from? Why is there one ranger? No, there's more over here. Emily?
Jesse, hey!
Emily, how did she get down here?
What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride.
The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world. I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes.
Can't remember. So you remember the moment when we were like doing this, and we were hovering over a pit, and she said, "Man, I wish Emily was here." I don't remember exactly where we were when we said that. And by the way, yeah, it's taller now. We can't even get over the top now. Because yeah, either this is not Emily, which is my knee-jerk reaction as well, and my going presumption, or either the board or former us, because we are a superpowered person, called out to her through the astral connection. Thank yous, Lartic. Always appreciate those subs. Much obliged. I will jot that down for the messenger. Okay. There's just rain. Okay, I'm not even questioning at this point. Whatever. Either that's not them, or we actually did call them down here somehow. No, those two possibilities pretty much cover it, I think. And yeah, you notice how she was just so blasé about, no, you called me down here. Oh, no, I guess you didn't. But you did tell me how to get here, and it's like, okay. Question that one, aren't we? We're just gonna let that one go. I mean, that is true, Kira White Noise. You're right. We are literally connected directly to everyone wearing an HRA right now. That's one way to run an organization. I wish someone would deal with this thing. Hey, boss, I dealt with that thing. That sounds like a story idea. Or a game idea. Although, those kind of indirect control games are always really hard to pull off properly. You know, like, I'm trying to think. I think Evil Genius did that, where you can't actually control your units. All you can do is, like, put down flags or missions and then hope that they do them, that kind of a thing. No. So indirect management sims, it's a really tiny subgenre. I can think of like 3 games that do that off the top of my head. Yeah, Majesty was one that occurred to me, and I'm pretty sure Evil Genius did that, and there's a strategy game I can't think of off the top of my head that does that too. I guess RimWorld does that too, although RimWorld, you do have a decent amount of direct control as well, so that didn't occur to me. But you're right. But yeah, indirect strategy. It's when you don't actually control your units. You give orders and hope. Lemmings, yeah, Lemmings would qualify too. More puzzle than management, but still qualifies. At Dwarf Fortress, yeah, that's a good example. That's a great example of indirect. And yeah, Overlord, that's another one. There's a few. I stand by my earlier statement. It's hard to pull it off properly because it's really easy, Evil Genius 1, for it to be really frustrating rather than engaging, which is what it's supposed to be.
Director Faden here. I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
That's,
Let's put him down!
What the... Okay. Huh? I just summoned an ad. A friendly ad. Warehouse. That's getting just ridiculous. It's because I'm not in 16:9, by the way. They didn't really think that the text needed to be readjusted for other resolution scales. Okay. That's some reach.
Get around them!
Okay. There's a couple of these guys. No, it was Chemic. It showed up earlier. It started showing up, God, like yesterday. Halfway through yesterday. Ma'am, I can't, however... Right, sorry. The oldest house has revealed much to me during my months in the Foundation, but many questions remain. Primarily, the tree etchings bewilder me. What is their significance? If the house has changed shape over its lifetime, as I've theorized, was a tree its first form? I sent a team to the Schwartzman building in search of pre-settlement accounts of Manhattan Island. From those I discovered a single relevant line, and there I found a tree not known to me, the devil twisted within its bark. That line, taken with the fact that American culture believed that trees would offer wisdom and guidance, is certainly interesting. However, it's hardly firm evidence. And though I am not bound to the oldest house, I remain a man of science. Of course, there are numerous ancient beliefs regarding trees. Yggdrasil, the tree of knowledge, Yaksimichi, some cultures offering blood sacrifices to trees, while others claim trees endowed chosen individuals with inhuman powers. Do New York City's many murders act as sacrifice for the oldest house? Does the house have a chosen champion? Is it me? Oh yeah, probably Carolinas. It's like, business. There's an old saying. Well, no, there isn't. But there's an old concept. It's called crisis mode. And crisis mode is when you focus on preventing things from getting worse first. Then you start working on trying to make things better and understanding what went wrong. As an aside, if you can afford it, having someone whose purpose is, documenting things would be very helpful when it comes to crisis mode, so you can understand after the fact. But, that's admittedly a luxury.
Is this a Bureau ID badge? It looks so old. Hope will definitely want to see this.
Don't you mean Emily? I keep having to remember that Emily is Pope, because You know me in names, and she's stuck in my head as Emily, so... Also, did you just quote the Lego Movie, Maverick? Not that I'm totally able to identify that immediately and without hesitation.
Weird place to leave an ID card, but okay.
Where'd my dude go? Did I lose you? I'm sorry. Oh, yep, you're right there. It's okay, ma'am. I'll make it down there, ma'am. You just go ahead and go down. I'll get down there in a minute. Bye, ma'am. How did... It's frickin' Roach.
Another ID card. For a cartographer.
Oh, yeah, no, it's totally off-camera teleportation. That's actually exactly why I did that. I wanted to see if they did have pathfinding, and if they had cheating pathfinding. No, that's a better thing than it is not. The reason games use that is because otherwise NPCs like to get stuck, mega stuck, or turbo stuck. See Daikatana for a good example of that. I've been going through my library, researching pyramids and triangles. If that shape does relate to the board, as Northmoor says, then perhaps our predecessors in the occult can offer some insight into their geometric knowledge. In esotericism, the triangle is closely associated with the Holy Trinity and other three-part concepts, past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. Interestingly, the term board also implies multiple parts. Upright triangles in Judeo-Christian imagery indicate ascent into the rational and the divine. Inverted indicates a descent to the corporeal and the human. Naturally, the ascent is masculine, the fall is feminine, Adam, Eve. That's a bit of old world patriarchy. It's 1964 now, and we're all well past that silliness. Considering the above, what does the inverted triangle tell us about the board? They're clearly not corporeal or human. Perhaps they wish to be. Or they once were. The likeliest answer is that theological imagery cannot help us define alien entities, but the pyramid seems significant. Shapes have power, and clearly, so does the board. Excuse me, Agent Roach. Roach, Roach! This is my first time playing CC Hyper. I'm reasonably impressed. I'm not sure what I think of the expansion so far. I'm still kind of roaming a little bit. So far, no, Takoida, but it's worth noting I haven't backtracked except but once. I did. Okay, cool. Maybe they decided to fix that, like I proposed. Should be funny.
28 days now spent inside what we're calling the oldest house. Northmoor insists on the name. I'm too tired to ask why. I'm not sleeping well. Per orders, me and my research team have established a permanent examination lab in the Foundation. I basically live down here now, like the obedient head of research Father raised me to be. I spend my days investigating that odd pillar when Northmoor found the handgun. The work was half-hearted at first, I admit. But then I discovered numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels converging at its base. Ley lines, dragon roads, Hyligalinian, call them what you want. But this pillar is the crossroads. I started building something. Equal parts talisman and technology. An array that can impose order on the ley junctions. That's the idea, at least. We'll see when I'm done. I prefer to work away from the pillar. I'm not the only one who feels like that thing has eyes.
No kidding, Tyrant. That has just never stopped being weird and irritating. Thank you, always, Gorgoth. Much obliged. Much appreciated. Thank you. If you know where you want to put those bits, please let me know. Well, I mean, we know they're working on Alan Wake 2, and I mean, we know very little about Alan Wake 2, so there's a lot of possibilities where they could go in that direction, you know? So, we'll see, I suppose. I will admit I will be disappointed if Jesse is not at least in Alan Wake 2, you know? I suppose we'll see. No. There you go. It is super not funded. The Metroid block is quite large. It's going to take a bit to fund. But I will absolutely put that towards the Metroid block. Thank you again. Also, did you know you could check the website? Bye, Agent Roach. Just move the camera over here for no reason. There's a lot of batteries. My goodness. Look at all this. After numerous attempts, I've found a way to intercept and contain the ambient energy of the ley lines in a kind of non-Aristotelian battery I've dubbed a power core. I admit it was difficult capturing an energy I can barely measure, much less interact with. Luckily, it seems the porous stone of the Foundation's caverns possesses such conductive qualities. Using stone flakes and copper wire, my power cores collect significant power. My early prototypes collected too much, in fact, but I've since reinforced the container. We don't yet know the repercussions of tapping into this power field. As a precaution, these devices should not be taken outside of the house. Ideally, the Bureau should no longer need to rely on typical energy sources. It's my greatest feat of engineering yet. I've always had an interest in invention. I like the creativity it allowed, set within firm boundaries of logic and physics. Father never approved, calling it a mundane science. With that in mind, I dedicate this invention to Theodore Ashe Sr. May he scowl in peace. And yeah, the ultimate weapon there, which we can't wield, of course. Damn it, Korgoth. Damn it, Korgoth. We talked about this. Don't make me destroy you. With, That's an interesting question. And, I mean, I hate to bring up Doom for like the 30th time since we've been playing this game, but does anybody else feel like these things are a little bit of core energy, or ardent energy? No. I mean, it's a DLC, isn't it, Rafe? Either way, right now, we're very strongly leaning towards going ahead. Oh, hello. And, making an Alan Wake block and just baking 2 into it, even though it's just been announced. Thank you again, Korgoth. Now quit it! I will put that towards 5. Well, I mean, it's not as bad as Ardent Energy, because obviously, how could it be? But, you know, hey, we found some energy, we don't know what it is. Let's tap into it.
Entry day plus 51. Northmore has ordered an all-hands search for objects similar to the service weapon. He claims there are more in the house, though I don't see how he's so certain. He's been strange lately, talking about joining greater causes, and frequently mentioning the pyramid. After pressing him, He finally described this pyramid to me. Inverted, black, mathematically perfect. Oddly enough, Adam and the other id have shown me numerous inverted triangles painted on the cave walls. Surely there's a connection, but I don't see it yet. As far as occult symbols go, triangles are by no means rare. Flood, Levi, Kroll, they used that shape like it was going out of fashion. Standing on their base, triangles signify stability and strength. Inverted on their points, they represent conflict and stagnation. Of course, the orientation is just a matter of perspective. Looking at the pyramid from below gives you one, from above another. Northmore says he looks up at the inverted pyramid. I have to wonder, is anyone standing over it, looking down?
It's me. I have no idea, Nexus of Concordia. Sorry, don't recall. Okay. Damn it, Wraith. So I don't think these things explode, though. I also don't know what NSC is off the top of my head. So. North-south collision? That sounds right. Thank you, as always, Wraith. I think I will go ahead and formally make that a thing. Oh yeah, we never went to the top of the power station. We got a little distracted by going down into the Foundation and saving reality. Again. That croc shooter. I can make a joke here, but I'm not going to. Be a distract, or I could just die. Ugh. I accept death. Anyways. I mean, if I used these powers on a daily basis, I'd either end up dead or in a lab very quickly for enough. So...
I snuck into the Foundation through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there, but the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is... somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man. Hiss take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem.
I mean,
I know how to handle
honestly. It's... I think prevent hiss from doing anything is probably just modus operandi 1, you know? I don't know, Chemic. I will admit, as with the board, I don't really have any theories about the Foundation so far. I don't have enough to speculate on. This document has been edited to meet current administrative standards. Certain terminology may be out of date. The retrieved material was subjected to Fellstrom's array, configuration 74B, but the tests were halted as the matter began to physically elude the equipment. Attempts to constrain the element were made, but under further stress it became vaporous. The researchers suffered corrosive injuries prior to their deaths. The child victims at Meteor Hill recounted the material enveloping them in a pleasant manner upon making contact. When discovered, they were "Ugh," and screaming. Bodily changes were perceived immediately: deformities, loss of pigment in skin and hair, and mental symptoms surfaced in subsequent examinations: confusion, heightened aggression. The Department of Public Knowledge and Diversions gave statements claiming the incident was caused by debris from poorly made Russian satellites, which the public accepted with no complications. The children were sent to the Bureau's recuperation facility to receive help away from society. 1958. I'm done here. Nope. Can't get up there. But it's almost funny that there's a height limit on her thing, you know? Like, it makes sense for game purposes. But imagine if you can only levitate yourself X off the ground, right? 3 control points just in the warehouse. Jeez Louise. Not that I'm complaining about having more shortcuts to not have to deal with things like this. I like how we keep getting jukebox tokens, even though we're never doing that again. And we don't need nearly that many anyways. Just funny. Anything else in here? You know the other thing that reminds me about Half-Life in this game? I always wonder, how the hell do you navigate without, under normal circumstances? Yes, Roxy, what you do is you go and you do random, boring, terrible missions until your eyes bleed. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but whatever floats your boat, as they say. No, I mean like in lore, Plutonia. Like obviously the office spaces or whatever, but we have some interesting routes through that game. Oh yes, hard random missions with a harsh fail penalty. That's true. And the benefit is clothes, which don't look all that cool, in my opinion. Granted, that's whatever, but still. Oh, okay. Do you remember how I took that spare with me for a while? Thinking I would need it later? I was kind of hoping it would have respawned by now. It has not. Well, okay. Well, I'm out of ideas. Let's go back up. Yeah, Agent Roach has been gone ever since we left him on the elevator. I was actually vaguely hoping he would teleport up with us on the elevator. Alas. I guess Roach is a she. Sorry. I was hoping she would teleport up. I don't mean to ask a redundant sounding question, but how far up, or I guess down, does this stupid pillar go? Yes, I'm referring to the Witcher horse, Plutonium, who has a penchant for teleporting wherever you need them. Not wrong, but I didn't think I could make that. Well, thankfully, negative infinity isn't too bad. My explorations of the Foundation have resulted in yet another mystery. A fascinating series of etchings on large stone tablets. The tablets themselves are likely not native to the Foundation, seeing as they're slabs of sedimentary stone, quite different from the cave's categorization-defying rocks. Their placement and form are also too intentional to be naturally occurring, but who braved this place to carry them in, and for what purpose? I discovered a 5-point macro entanglement between the tablets with the pillar at its center. These links seem to extend beyond our level of consciousness to some astral realm I can't detect. Is Northmore's board somehow tied to all this? The etchings on the tablets are similarly curious. They differ from the cave paintings in style and technique, and so clearly are not of the same origin. Are they a visual narration of some event? Do they indicate intent, a wish, a plan? They only seem consistent of a tree and a pillar, but the sizes of either are inconsistent, so what does that signify? I'm missing key pieces of this puzzle, and it's unlikely I will ever find them. Okay. Have you ever managed a successful run yet, Dakota? Because I know you've been playing that for a while now. Does anyone remember how to do this puzzle? Because I don't know how to get into this stupid cage, and really close to lunchtime anyways, so... Like, I've managed to move the elevator, but I can't open the gate without also summoning the elevator to get in there to shoot the damn thing. No, Korgoth. Good God, no. Today's a leftovers day. Give him a shot. Wrong button. Alright, let's try this. Nope, 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 that's invisible wall territory. Immediately can't go through. To Google. Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, that sucks. Alright, I need to figure out where I left that other power core, because I need it. And it's not respawning, it's just remembering where it is. Which normally would be kind of neat, but at the moment is extremely frustrating. I think it was this one. If so, it's going to be like right here. It won't be far. Because I gave up on it pretty quickly, as it seemed, to me, obvious I wouldn't need it anymore. Now, if it's not here, we have a problem. I definitely didn't take it this far. Well, that's not good. That's what we're gonna do. We have now saved. We're gonna exit the game. Get the game. Lighting takes a moment to load. I think that's the one. It's one of these. Yeah, no kidding, plutonium. Well, it's still not here. Camper says it's here. I think Camper's lying to me. I'm gonna do a double check. And not there. Okay. So... well, it's probably faster to just die, honestly. I have not talked to Emily, no, Kemek. I mean, I looked it up. I need this extra power thing. That is the thing I'm missing. So let's see if it respawned inside the tower. If it didn't... then I don't know what to do about that. Get to Googling that. Probably after lunch at that point. Yeah, wrong. Oh, whatever. Damn it. There we go. Hey! It's... New orders acknowledged. Pause. Nothing. This is bad. I may be soft locked. The alternate route, which I just read about, is it's no problem. If you didn't bring it up with you, all you have to do is go all the way back down to the floor I'm at and pick up the spare active one, which is here. There was a spare active one here. I picked it up. I carried it with me for a while. And now it's gone. I don't know if I'd say stupid, but I wouldn't write that. Fortunately, I cannot seem to remove a battery once placed. To my knowledge, these are completely different objects. There's nothing we can do with an empty one. It's decor, not a quest object. Okay, random thought. Let's go to the bottom. Yeah, the game likes to give us multiple batteries, usually. Obviously, it didn't here because it wants you to get specific batteries for a specific puzzle. But it is within the realm of feasibility that there might be another spare battery lying around somewhere. Or maybe it fell down, or maybe it respawned here, or maybe it just stopped keeping track of it and deleted it from active memory. I don't know. Something. Yeah, no, this is looking like a research it offline to fix a soft lock kind of a situation, because I think we're actually soft locked on this expansion. We're not soft locked in general, of course. We could, you know, just go to the other DLC. But this is part of the main quest. This isn't a side thing. This is fixing the astral problem down here. I am slightly flabbergasted that this is a thing that can happen. Like, in all sincerity, because there's two ways this could have been fixed so smoothly and easily. Either it deletes the existing one and respawns it, which is what I was assuming was going to happen, or it just remembers where it was, right? Well, the first thing I would do, Zach Taft, is I would take a lunch break.